It's gonna be a brighter day. Don't you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel the sometimes? Does it mean to walk away? Reach out for the first time. Forget about your friend. Get a David! Hello, Levy Jackalope! Oh, I'm so sorry, Levy Jackalope. I'm so sorry. Oh, Get a David got in there just before you. Can we get an F in chat for Levy Jackalope? Oh! Sora sent! Sora sent! Gonna open my downloading an anime series. Oh! Sora sent, thank you for your subscription. Subscription. Oh. Oh, look what I got. Wait, that's literally called Pride Uwu. That's literally Pride Uwu. Oh my god! Wait, that's also black, purple, white. Where's grey? Is there grey on there? Oh, it's not grey. Okay. I was gonna say that actually feels like. Can you feel the sunshine? Yeah. Mob Psycho 100. Oh, okay. Ah! Yes, I can feel the sunshine because it is sunny outside. No way. Oh god, I have not warmed my voice up today. Ah! Whoa! Hey everyone! Hey everyone! Hello everyone! Welcome everybody! Hey everyone! I'm Tiffin, also known as Hayes. I'm also known as Hayes, also known as Hayes MH or Hayes Mostly Harmless. I am that weird shouty otter you might have seen on Twitch TV every now and then. Hello, hello! Right, so who do we have? Dino, hello! Currently watching Food Wars. Oh, I've heard good things about Food Wars. Winona Monsoon, hello! Welcome, Winona Monsoon. How are you doing? Welcome back. Sorry if I have been very... Kevin, welcome. Raccoon, hello. Haven't got to work on his... He can't go to work with his motorcycle. Oh no, my dad's sad because of the crappy weather. Wait, why would you not... Like... The only thing that should stop, the only thing that I can imagine that would stop you going out on a motorcycle to get to work is ice, because you should never ride the motorcycle when it's even slightly, there's even a slight chance there's ice. But anything else, it's fine. Anyway, also, please, never ever find yourself apologizing. Oh, works in Australia. Oh, okay. Oh, dad for Splashan, who can't use an emote. I'm really sorry. Yes, so, Winona! Testing out those new things, yeah. 2 months now, Kevin, nice. Oh, look how happy Tiffin Head looks today. I don't know what it is, but even the absolute slightest little adjustment to how that's sitting, the Tiffin Head looks like it has totally different expressions every time, and I love it. Ah! Okay, my brother just found my earbuds. Nice. Were they in your ears? Has your brother taken your ears? Splashan, are you safe? Also, Splashan messaged me going, "Oh my god, I found you on Reddit. I found you on Reddit." Because I posted Tiffin up on Reddit, and yeah, that was fun. Right, so, what are we up to? Oh, yes. So, Kevin, and anybody else who hasn't been around for a little while, there is no need at all to ever apologize for not being present. You are under no obligation to physically be here. I am privileged to have each and every one of you here, and I am aware that I am someone with a number of privileges, and I am aware I have a number of privileges because I literally check my privilege periodically. Because I think it's an important exercise to realize where you have advantage over others. And I'm privileged in that it only took 2 attempts to find psychiatric medication that makes my brain work good. I am privileged that I am able to come in here and be excited and happy and beautiful and wonderful for all of you, all of my amazing friends here, like Zach TV and Have a Good Day. Yes, that is a privilege that I have, as not everyone has the spoons, the mental capacity, or not everyone's brains work in that way. However, I am lucky that my brain works in that way, and I can do this. That is a privilege I have, because that's a privilege some people don't have. I have a privilege that I'm white. I'm white as a goddamn sheet. And that is a privilege I have. So I'm privileged that I'm fairly middle class. I'm privileged that I have a husband who's able to financially assist me if I need to. I have many privileges. I also have some. What's the opposite of a privilege? Huh. Otatata, thanks for the hosto. Otatat for otatata. Oh my god, that's a mouthful. I don't know what the opposite of privilege is, but I know I have the opposite of privilege in that I am a long-term sufferer of mental health issues, which has led my brain not to work in certain ways. Happy the Fox! Welcome! How are you doing, Happy the Fox? It is so cool to have you here. That is not a username I recognize. So yes, I'm aware I am a creature of certain amount of privilege and certain not amount of privilege. So that is something I attempt to keep in mind as I go through life. What disadvantage? Maybe? Great. I forgot how quiet these earbuds were. Wow, you're coming. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm doing really well, Happy. Thank you. Wow. No one's ever come to this stream and gone, oh, this is really quiet here. Anyway, Splashan. Hopefully my exuberance can force its way through your headphones. Otatat again for Otatata. Ilias Konos. Happy the Fox. Happy the Fox. Our newest follower. Happy the Fox has just followed. Happy is our newest follower, and they're a fox. Happy the Fox. Thank you for the follow. It's so great to have you here as part of our community. Happy the Fox. Happy the Fox. It's so great to have you here, new friend. Welcome, Happy the Fox. How'd you find us, friend? Also, if somebody would like to tell me where my cling film has gone, I would be hugely appreciative. Where is my cling film? I mean, here's some. One side has gone quiet. What, one side of your headphone? Oh, okay, I see. You were recommended. Oh, for someone who's only been on Twitch for 5 hours, that's pretty good for me. Right. Okay. No. For someone who's whatever. Your office looks much more messy for someone who was dancing earlier. Why would I have been dancing earlier? What are you talking about? Oh, there's my other nook. My other Tom nook. Also, I am loath to clean and tidy up the studio as it is right now because I'm gonna eat pizza. Oh, so I'm go back. Yeah, Otta. I insist you do. Also, I love your shirt. Oh, thank you. Also, who was saying it was nice of me to host Master the Cat because I think as a collective of creators on Twitch, we have an obligation to help each other out and stuff. So yeah. It was me. Get a David. Hell yeah. Yeah. So they're on my high priority hosting list now, if that makes sense. Because I will always choose to host. I will always choose to host other makers and crafters before any other type of before any other type of streamer. And then after that, artists, and then after that, gamers. I don't like to host people 2 days in a row, but I will if I have to. Dark Light Chaos, hello! Well, he'll get there, he's got good suits. His suits are better than mine, so... I mean, he's been doing it for a year, I've been doing it for 4 months, so whatevs. Whatevs! Fun. So today, we're gonna sculpt some extra little bits of accessories for our, gonna sculpt some other bits of accessories for our, Otter. There's literally a place for 3D art if it's something you're working on, so yeah. So we're actually going to be working on Sage, hello! Anyway, Dark Light Chaos, how are you doing, friend? Have you been avoiding us, Dark Light Chaos? What did I do? What did I do? Sage, how are you doing? Where's my thing? Where's my stuff? I have things and stuff. I swear there are things and stuff around here. Oh, Dark Light. Oh, that's a cute emote. Ah. Right, so today I want to do something a little bit weird. Come on, there we go. Oh, no, come on. No, there. Oh, there we go. Okay, right. Today, I want to do something a little bit weird. We are going to take this. We're going to take this sheet of plastic and we are going to sculpt. We're going to sculpt over this entire sheet. Oh, I'm doing good. Just finishing playing Sea of Thieves. Nice. So we're going to sculpt over this entire sheet, basically a sheet of scales. The concept being, so the concept of the sheet of scales is basically that we can kind of cast an unlimited number of just sheets of scales. Then we can sew them together in different ways, and I'm going to post first on Etsy in the future. No, I'm probably going to end up putting them up for auction. Once I'm happy with the quality of them, if that makes sense. What do you think of it? It's cute. I like the colours. It's a little hard to make out exactly what's going on with the eyes because of the photo, but I do like the sort of the 3 colours and the split of them, and the hair on top is cool. Right, so yeah, we are going to sculpt for ourselves a sheet of scales, much like is on the muzzle of this. So basically, what we're going to create for ourselves is almost a custom. In fact, this might not be big enough. You know what? I don't think this is going to be big enough. I'm going to cut a fresh piece of plastic. Just going to go out to the plastic mines. Right. Ugh. Oh, this thing's full of yuck. It's fine. Right. Don't get it on the fursuit heads. It's covered in crap. Don't get it on the fursuit heads. Oh my god, this was such a bad idea. Oh my god, why didn't I do this before the studio? Why didn't I do this before the stream? Ah! Ezik, hello! So yeah, I want a piece this big of nothing but scales. Ugh! So the idea will be, we will sculpt this entire thing covered in scales. So a little further down the line, when we get round to it, we'll be able to pour over latex on here, and then as the latex is setting, probably put another layer of latex after the first layer of latex is almost entirely set, and then impregnate into the second layer of latex an amount of fabric. Just lay out fabric over it to hold it together, and then we have this freeform scale fabric that we're able to use for like future dragon projects. And I'm not doing this just because I need to stall until my plaster arrives, but I'm mostly doing this because I need to stall until my plaster arrives. Anyway, Ezik, how are you doing? Also, who was here for? Oh, God damn it. Ezik, oh, for God's sake. Ezik, did you have fun with, oh, Dragon with a Mustache, hello, welcome. Did you have fun with our skyblock yesterday? Because that was frustrating as hell, but also I thoroughly enjoyed it. And then at the end, we just like plowing through it at the end was so good. The fact that the giant red mushroom grew right at the end was just, I was so close to just packing the entire playthrough in. But yeah, so. Okay, so we're gonna sculpt. We're gonna cover this entire thing. It's a skyblock incident, yeah. Check back between episodes. Cool. See you later, Getter David. Thank you for being here, Getter David. Getter David. They'll be checking back in between episodes from the anime they said they were going to be watching. No, I can't remember the name of it, but they mentioned it because they're cool. It is Getter David. Getter David watching anime. I need reminding of the name. RoboCop. Autotot. Mob Psycho. There we go. That's the one with the weird gun. That's all I know about Mob Psycho. With the weird fold-out gun. Oh! Oh, Winona Rose! Thank you! Winona Monsoon! With 500 biddies! With a... Oh no! No way! No way! Winona! That got me the ace! That got me the asexual panda! Winona! Thank you! Oh my God, I got the asexual panda! Ah! Winona is the true hero of this stream. And as we all know, heroes never die. Oh! Guys, what so let's see, what pride emotes do y'all have? What pride emotes do you lot have so far? Because these are my pride emotes. These are the pride emotes that I've been furnished with by y'all. Oh, that rainbow paint one's cute. The more asexual koala. I'm still trying to figure out this bee. Can anybody tell me? Is this bee meant to be ace, or are they like demi or something? Because they've got the black, white, and purple, but I don't know. I don't know if the yellow is supposed to be there, because it's meant to have grey for ace. But yeah, got gender fluid. No, Winona. Wow. Renona's been hitting the pride hard. Bow, wow, bow. Oh, Roku, hello! Do we get to keep these? Yellow, white is not... Oh, NB flag. Oh, I got an N... Oh, I get it. It's an NB. It's an NB. Oh, Otter, thank you. That makes so much sense now. It's a literal NB. That's so cute. Roku, how are you doing? How is one of my favorite yeens on Twitch doing today? Oh, no. I think I've got two favourite yous. Definitely have two favourite yous. What's the NB supposed to mean? NB. NB is colloquial slang for non-binary. NB. Wi-Fi's acting up again. No, dragon! Because people abbreviate non-binary to N and B, because those are the initials, and so that's kind of gotten translated to NB, just literally the word ENB and stuff. So yeah, it's doing well. Got off work. Oh, it's your day off. Ooh, Roku, what do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking? Captain T.O. Captain T.O. Brave Captain T.O. He navigates through Twitch, hanging out with all of us really cool kids. Otot for Ototota! Another Otot for Ototota! Otot! Dead Night! Bow wow 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 bum 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 bow wow wow wow. It's a dead night. Dead Night into champions. Dead Night into digital worlds. It's a dead night. Dead Night is our champion. It's a dead Night's here. Dead Night is our champion. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just really happy. Oh! Aether Wolf! I'm not sure if I should press this button or run away. Aether Wolf with a resubscription. Oh, thank you so much, Aether Wolf. Well, Aether Wolf, you can do both, but may I suggest you hang around, take in some of the sights, you know? Hang out with some of the local wildlife. It's cool. I'm just manager of the graveyard shift of convenience store. Okay. Oh, Aether Wolf. Oh yeah, of course, because anyone that subscribes basically auto gifts other people in chat, or anybody that cheers or subscribes auto gifts other people in chat pride emotes. Which right now, since there ain't a lot of you in chat, Uberdio means there's a pretty good chance hanging out around these parts right now is gonna get. Oh no, this bit's dried out. Damn it. Gonna get you the part. Uberdio, how are you doing? How are you Uberdioing? Also, did anybody notice the terrible suggestive wordplay in the title? Has anybody else? I'm surprised I haven't been chastised for that by the regulars. I'm not sure if the stream looks like a dragon. Maybe it's a large scale. Oh, that's good. That's good, Uberdio. That's good, Aether Wolf. I love it. Roku just noticed it. Roku. Yeah, well, Roku. I think that segues us perfectly into the channel's new sponsor. Oh my God! Could you imagine? I get mines after. I get mine. You should be casting it in silicon if you're going for that. Hey, I have the exact skill set required to make not good dragon, not good wyvern toys. Yes. I got my emotes validated. Oh! Oh, I like thumbs up. Oh, that's cute. Oh, the heart. Oh, that's so good. Well done, Otter. Yeen Butt. Oh, I love Yeen Butt. Brian Buck. Brian V. Buckle. Hello to our favourite court case. And that feeling of maybe I'll do that as a Patreon project or something, you know. Maybe I should do just to show people the process behind making an adult toy, an adult toy. Maybe I will do that as a Patreon project eventually. Exotic sculptures. Yeah, there we go, Roku. It's all going to depend on what the age range that my viewership ends up skewing. Roku, they're interactive anatomies, interactive zoological anatomy sculpts. I'm studying for finals. Give me some space. Oh. Okay, it's pretty stiff competition. Getting into that market may be harder than you think. It's pretty stiff competition. Don't worry, I'm not worried. I understand what you're doing right now, but you're going to be using the scales of the suits. I might end up using these for doing some sort of tail partial or something. I don't know. Sage, this is basically me stalling, making accessories because our plaster for mold making hasn't shown up. And the mold and finishing the mold making is the next step of this project, and I can't do that right now. So the idea is if in the future, or if somebody comes to me and go, I would like a dragon partial, I would like a dragon suit with more details. This will give me a sheet of basically latex fabric, textured latex fabric that I can use as instead of fur. She's making a nice piece of tail. Well, Aetherwolf, it's because I'm being watched by a nice piece of tail. Eh. Dead Knight with the smart. Actually, yeah, I think after those puns, the only thing I can share is this. After those puns, or is this the proper emote to be sharing for those puns? Just the same. I don't know if we will. I don't know if we will end up using this. If we'll end up using these scales for this suit. We might have. Oh, actually, these would be really good for like around the neck and such, wouldn't they? You know what? We might. Once we have them, finding an excuse to use them is the easy part. If that makes sense. Also, it's going to be really good to show people what is possible, if that makes sense. I think a lot of people have, like the conversations I have with commissioners are really weird because a scale choker, yeah, because like Oh, yeah, it could be cool to use the front. Yeah, to use the front of the neck. Yeah. So the everything is fluffy around back, and then you've got the the white belly, which is a scaly belly. Just necking. Yeah. So yeah, that's my idea. That's the idea we've got here, and that would be quite cool. But yeah, so I get quite weird conversations sometimes with commissioners who will be like, oh god, what's the there's an XKCD comic about it that's fairly similar, like the difference between hard and impossible, because there's someone who's asking like, oh, we're doing a project on national parks, and we need the app. We need the app to verify that the person that's taking a photo is in a national park and if they're looking at a bird. And the reply is, okay, so for the confirmation that they're in a park, that will take 4 hours of coding, my afternoon, and just use their phone's GPS. For the checking if there's a bird, I'll need a research team, 5 million. I'll need a research team, full grant funding, in 5 years. And it's just one of those things where people who ask questions often don't understand what is possible and not. So I get asked to do all sorts of weird and wonderful things when it comes to making costumes. Like some things that are really easy, people will be really surprised. They're like, oh, can you do that? I'm like, yeah, that's the easy part. Oh, would you be able to add this small other thing on? No, I wouldn't. More of just the same. Right. So what I want to do first is get this to be nice and flat. Give us a nice, even sculpting. Give us a nice, easy, even sculpting environment. It's necking, or is it naked? Aren't most furries naked? Oh god. Oh god, this is why we need more partials in the world. Narog, hello! I get that a lot with my commissions. People don't understand how glass works, and they ask for things that can't be possible. But also, sometimes their ideas are outside the box, but it ends up being a really cool idea. Yeah. I get that. It's one of those weird things when you're knowledgeable in a subject and other people come in and they aren't so much, and they will come in and sometimes they will suggest some really cool ideas. I could make a full mechatronic skeleton, but it would take a long time and a lot of money. Yeah. I could make a lot of things myself. Like, one of my life goals is to do a full-scale toothless quad suit, because I've not seen a good toothless quad suit done yet. I have not seen toothless done properly yet. Properly. Because I have ideas on how to do a toothless costume properly, and I've seen there's about 3 or 4 toothless quad suits out there, and none of them are particularly good. Even the professional one that was used at the launch of How to Train Your Dragon 2, which was made by Rainbow Creations out of Wimbledon, who make a lot of mascot costumes. Even theirs was not very good, and they would have charged tens of thousands for that. Kind of depressing, really. More of just the same. Ooh, okay, this is almost there. Also, I need to make sure I have duct tape ready for when we do our horns in a minute. Our horns. Horn. I actually feel kind of sorry that you guys haven't got to see Spooky much lately. Wonder how long it will be until we actually do just like a 6-hour 3D modeling stream, where I model out some animatronics. Oliver Mass, hello! Oh, dot for Oliver Mass. Ooh. Yeah. So Spooky doesn't really like it in here that much because it gets quite loud. That's what I think. That's where I think he's coming from. That's where I think, and also he's like been spending a lot more time asleep on our bed, which, you know, pretty much goals, right? Ooh, why is it a small world, Dark Cameron? Oliver Mass. Have you guys both just come from the same stream or something? It's a fursuit anyway. It's a yeah, Dark Cameron doesn't miss a stream. Dark Cameron's a bit crazy. Right, we almost have a nice slab o' clay. Slab o' clay is one of my uncles. From Fox and the Fedora and a bunch of other streamers. Oh, I've not heard of Fox and the Fedora. Are they a nice guy? Maybe I shouldn't throw shade. Ooh, I should not have eaten so much just for the stream. Ooh, ha. He's a nice guy, not a nice guy. Good. You know, fedoras kind of have a bad name nowadays. So, I had an Animal Crossing villager finally move out, which is really nice. So it means I get to I got to go and use some of the Nook Mile tickets you lot gave me, and yeah, I went to like 3 different islands, and I found one that I thought was really cute, so I'm keeping him. He's like a pink goat, I want to say, a blue goat. I think I might be biased towards the blue creatures, but you know what? Whatever. You don't get to blame me. Something that seems really right skill can be so I can make a 3/4 inch. Yeah. Oh, how do you keep the clay from drying up while it's in the bag? You close the bag, Kaiser. You close the bag, and if you're particularly worried about it, or the bag isn't particularly well sealed, you basically put it in there with too much water, as it were, and then you kind of seal it up, and there you go. And it's like difficult for enough water to escape, if that makes sense. It's difficult for enough water. Of course, if you leave like a small enough amount of clay for long enough, it won't work. But yeah, so you will lose things. But yeah, so. Now we have our canvas. Oh. Some things are impossible only if you overthink it. Remember, reach for the stars, and if you aim for the moon, and if you fail, you'll suffocate alone in the vacuum of space. Such beautiful words. Yeah, this is my clavus, which does sound like an anatomical structure. Living in the city, we know we have to survive. Everything is free, can't you see? Aw, come on. Don't give us the karaoke version. There we go. So we're just going to sculpt in a kind of semi-random tessellating pattern into this, as you would see on like lizard skin. I was thinking about doing like, actually, you know what, guys, I don't know which one I don't know what I should do. Should I do, the answer might be do one of each, but I don't know. I must say, karaoke is probably my favorite Yakuzuma minigame. Okay, I don't know Yakuzuma. So many faithful all around, so many faithful to be found. Get you down. Yakuza. Oh, I've heard of that one. I think it's like a it's like a GTA style game, right? Right. So, do I do it? Do I do this sort of thing, like we had on the muzzle, or where's that other sculpty piece? Not really like GTA, more like Shenmue. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Or do I want to do something a bit more like this? Actually, no, you might be a better one for this. Have to survive, not to keep my dream alive. Everything is free, can't you see? On the sky at night, the stars are shining bright. You can see the city lights, 'cause I'm here to make it right. Huh. Do I want the fantasy scales? Or do I want realistic scales? What do you guys think? Not to see how free my life. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Right. I mean, if I'm being honest, I should probably do a sheet of both, shouldn't I? Just so I've got different ones for different customers, but like... What do you guys think? Same scales as the head, so that would be these ones. Yeah, that's fair. In the city, in the city. Cool. Raja. So has everyone bought their turnips today? Because everything is Animal Crossing right now for me. I know I'm like a month behind. It makes me want to survive. Maybe graduate them on one side into larger scales and the other side. Yeah. Not a fan of turnips. They don't taste very nice. I spent my winnings on the world's largest turnip. Not today. Can't you feel the sunshine? Please to run away. Reach out for the sunshine. Prefer Beats. What, by Dre? Beats. What, you prefer... What then? What? For beets to turnips. Is that like another name for parsnips? We always used to have like parsnip and it was turnip and parsnips and such. Oh no, it was parsnip and swede mash. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Parsnips are good. Yeah. My partner makes a mean like honey glazed parsnip. My mother always used to do like a parsnip and swede as a mash for like roast dinners. Yeah. Roast and mash and put them in stew. Imagine be good as stew as well. Yeah. Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel the sad times? It just needs to run away. Sergeant Doc, hello! How are you doing, Sergeant Doc? How has this Sunday found you, my friends? My friend? Actually, no, I guess that question goes for everyone. Because it is the end of another week. How has this week gone for you lot? Please do come and let me know. I would love to know, like, what have been your highs and lows this week? Don't you feel the sunshine? You just need to run away. Forget about your day. Ot for Robo Cup. Run up your day. Run away. My week's been fairly okay. The worst thing that's happened to me is not getting the plaster delivery, which means we're not working on a physical dragon part today. And when I say physical dragon part, that does make it sound like an interactive dragon anatomy sculpture, but that's not what we're doing. Unless Bad Dragon want to give me a call, we can sort something out. We can have a dual release, can't we? We can develop a dual release product. Right, I'm almost 25k channel points. Oh dear. Bloody! You were forced into a first date? Really? How'd it go? How'd it go? And how can you be forced into a first date? I mean, I guess technically you're forced to have every date you take with someone is technically a first date at some point. So maybe you definitely wanted it to be a third date already or something. I don't know. Halfway to the blue button. Uh-oh. Oh, I just got a notification. Apparently, ArmouredBrownies is online. Yikes. Yes, yes. Push the blue button. Push the blue button. I've learned from people who push the red button, do not press the red button. The red button literally says, do not press. I don't know how hard this is for everyone to understand. It's like people see something that says do not press and immediately psychologically want to have to press it. It's bizarre. I'm sure there's like a second term or a second year like psychology majors like paper in that. The blue one says do press. I'm listening to Tiffin. Thank you. Yeah, I went blinded to meet. Oh, I was blind meeting him first. Oh. Wait, so you had a blind date? I didn't know people still did that, especially in the time of quarantine and COVID. That's weird. How'd it go? How'd it go, bloody? Tell us all about them. Some people will push the button if it says do not push, will incinerate the entire world, specifically your bottom. Maybe I'll write that on it. Do not push, this will ban you from chat. That's what happens when gasoline matches. This is a really dinosaur-like texture, I think, looking at it, isn't it? I kind of like it. I kind of dig it. Kill all humans. It can't mean all humans, right? Captain Tio, I like it. Bit like a fancy chocolate bar. Oh, it's like those Tony's chocolate bars, if you've had one of those. I'm coming for you, Picari. What, sorry? Oh yeah, I can't threateningly whisper anything now that I've got the wireless, lavalier microphone. Because I'm always directly hooked up to the mic now. Damn. Anyway, yes, I was surprised a lot. Look, I told her I smoke, I do drugs, I'm into BDSM, I'm an asexual and a furry, and none of those scared her away. BDSM asexual. Bow wow, down now. Come on. Look at my ace koala! Koala la 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 la! Yes! That's made streaming today entirely worth it. Not that it isn't worth it just to hang out with you lot, but... Otatat! So when are they going to be making their first persona? Bloody, I think that's the important question here. After my wife, something inside died, and since we don't get... Oh, okay. How do I... It's basically anytime... So, I don't know exactly how it works, but it seems anytime someone donates, anytime some subscribers or donates, there is a chance that they and random people who are in chat will get one of the new Pride icons. And I got that one earlier because Winona Monsoon cheered 500 biddies, and they got a different one. So they're basically random, but you have to cheer and subscribe. But then if someone donates enough or cheers enough, then a random amount of people in chat also get gifted free emotes. So it seems. That's what it looks like. So you gotta get gifting or subscribing or cheering or just hang around when somebody else does. Am I the only one in chat? Well, provably not, but you might be the only active person in chat. It's one of the problems with doing the like quote unquote boring parts of a project. In that it's not very visually interesting, so you lose like the casual audience because they don't see anything like interesting happening on screen. So when they click on or have the stream recommended to them for whatever reason, they immediately click off because there's not much happening. I mean, Robocop's here, so that That's fine, right? You can't knock RoboCop despite the fact they've got cop in their name. Those hand hearts are cute though. Oh, that! You're hopeless. Still struggle with the hands. I still struggle. I still lurk while I struggle to hand sew one seam a day. Aww. I watched Artemis Fowl yesterday. Like a new Disney film. I'm pretty sure, it's 100% based on some books, but like, the movie seemed like it was missing a lot. I don't mean just like plot. It just felt like one episode of a show, if that makes sense. It had some interesting ideas, but like didn't do anything with it. Artemis Fowl. I know. Keep the head simple. I know now. I now know to keep the head simple. No! Always be ambitious. Always be ambitious. ABD. ABD. Always be challenging. ABCD. Always be challenging. Door self. What is the weirdest character someone ever came up with? Paper bag bear. I feel bad talking about it because I think it's clear either they were not a native English speaker, or actually no, I think they were from America, or they had learning difficulties from the way they typed, but they just made no sense. T.O. always be challenging, damn it. Wasn't you someone whose character was literally a blanket? Oh wow. Thomas H is the only boy who didn't realise he's about to be killed by his dad. Yes, his real character. Oh my god. I mean, I'm talking about like something I've been asked to make. Ah, right. That's looking quite good so far. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like this. I like this. This is fine. This is fine. Nothing is on fire. Only 4 things are on fire. It's fine. What is the limit of things that can be on fire before it's no longer fine? Asking for a friend. Who might be me. That never talks, it's just context clues from Thomas. Oh, wow. All right. Fire King, hello! How are you doing? Feels like it's been a little while, friendo. Alex the Fulf, hello! How are you doing, Fulfie? I think Fulfs and Dutch Angel Dragons are #1 for being name the species. Doing great. How about you? I'm a bit tired, and whatever I'm now doing sport. Nice. My stomach is a little upset from whatever I ate just for the stream, so that's gonna come and haunt me in a couple of hours, I'm sure. Otot! But yeah, hope you're as well as you possibly can be. The Fulf, if that is your real name. Oh my god, I should get my name changed so I have V as my middle name. Oh my god, that would be so good. Tiffin! Oh! Don't know why there's so many. I don't know why, but there's not many Fulfs. I think there are a fair few Fulfs, actually. But then again, I suppose there's not enough. There's like probably as many Fulfs as there are Dutchies, so it kind of makes sense that they'd kind of even out, if that makes sense. Discord server, Alex. Ah. Yep, Discord server. Ah. The Discord server has a literal actual place for sharing reference pictures and such. Oh. And it's a good place to show off your own cool characters. Right. Let's have a look. Oh, Alex the Fulf. Oh, you weren't in Discord already. Oh, Alex. I'm hurt. I thought we were friends, man. Alex, we're friends. Hope so. I hope we're friends. You keep coming into my studio like this, so I hope we're at least passingly friends, right? This might not be my home, but this is like my private workspace, so yay! Best friendos! You all heard it. That's legally binding. You too, Captain T.O. You're my friend. And Fire King. I know you're there as well. And Robocop, and Dark Cameron, and anyone else lurking. You're all my friendos. My friend do's and don'ts. Oh, you had a date as well! Oh, nice! Bloody was talking about a date they had yesterday. I know you're here, Fire King. I love being able to show off my character. Honestly, it took me 10 years to come up with one. Oh, that suits me. And everyone comments how well it suits me. Oh, that's so good. Wolf Lover, hello. Welcome, friendo. How are you doing? So today I invited an Animal Crossing villager to my house called Sherb. Just Sherb. Sherb. Dakota Fur, hello! Their name's Sherb. But they've got such a simple name, but they're also like utterly adorable. I actually really like them. They're just Sherb. Sherb is cute. Aren't they though? I want Sherb and Bam. I just wanted to drop by the otter stream. Aww. Flick is like, I got Flick for the first time on my island a couple of days ago, and like I now see why the furry fandom went nuts for Flick and why there was just so much Flick content. The moment I talked to him, and he was so incredibly enthusiastic about the bugs, and then he was like, and oh, by the way, my commissions are open, and he's a commissioned sculptor as well. I was just like, I should not be attracted to this character. I should not be attracted to this character. Oh dear, I'm attracted to this Animal Crossing character. My favourite is Bob. I don't know Bob. I got Julian the other day as well, so I've got a unicorn on my island, which I'm really happy with. I've also got the most ridiculous looking sheep, or ram, I guess, that I've ever seen in any game ever. He's a clown. And his house is the most terrifying place I have ever seen. It is awful. It's just got like the off-tune, carnival music playing in it, and it just feels really, really like empty in there. It's so bizarre. But I've also got Whitney. Pietro, that's the one. I've got Whitney as well, who is a white wolf. I was really happy to find. And I have a pink octopus, who is my favourite octopus. And Meringue. Meringue's awesome. I love Meringue. She's so cute. I really want Bam. I want Bam because he's like a ram with he's like a blue ram who has freckles. Inali Tsutsasi, hello! Welcome back, friendo! How are you doing? I love Whitney. Yeah, Whitney's lovely. She was a good find. So yeah, here is Maria. Yeah, that's the one. I got this emote. Nice. I finally got the Ace Pride Koala thanks to being cheered at by Winona Monsoon. So the idea of this is I'm sculpting a sheet of scales that I can cast in latex backed with backed with fabric, which means we'll be able to cast basically custom three-dimensional we'll be able to sculpt, we'll be able to cast custom three-dimensional like textured scale bits for like the dragon, for like different parts of the dragon. I'm the only koala who's allowed to use this. Oh yeah, you're a koala, aren't you? Ah, how appropriate. I mean, you can come over in and fight me for it, Wolf Lover. I'll have you. I posted my persona in your art channel so you can see it. Oh, cool. Ah, yeah, with the book. Oh, that's so cute. Wolf Lover, that's a koala. This is fine. I'm now picturing koala riding wolves like horses. I mean, that's better than picturing the other kind of riding wolves. Ahem, ahem. Surprised none of you are giving me an earful for the title. This stream does have a rather unfortunate title. Why do I get so much gift subs? What do you... Oh, I see. I'm a wolf tamer. I ride wolves to the horizon. Ah? I should be known as the wolf tamer. I think there are worse things to be known as. Tiffin? I should probably use my Twitch Prime, actually. I think it's up now. So, who saw what I did with the title of this type of... My username has been set for 3 years, so I don't want to change my username. That's fair. You also teach to do tricks for treats. Uh-oh. We got there, Inali! We got there! Right, okay, good. Let's, I'll see myself out. You'll do no such thing. You're stuck here, Inali. Just like the rest of us, you're stuck here. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Actually, you guys probably can't hear the ambulance, can you? Can you guys hear next door's lawnmower? If you can't, I'm going to be really happy. Hey, Anali, how are you doing? You need to get a new one. Yeah. I'm going to, I might put aside like $100 of my next like big sale, just so I can get like a really nice custom reference sheet done up by my favorite artist. Whether or not it's mine or your own. Well, actually, I'll pause the music. Can you guys hear anything? Okay, yeah, I don't think it's me then. That's what you get from wearing a lapel microphone. Which the lapel microphone seems like such a good idea in a studio that I move around, so I'm so happy with this. But will follow me to the ends of time. Aww. They're free range. I like that. That's very Minecrafty, isn't it? They'll follow you to the ends of the earth because every time you move out of their engagement range, they teleport back to you. Evan the Husky! Hello, Evan! Welcome back, friend! How are you doing? I hope you're as well as you possibly can be, Evan. Or is it Event Hair Husky? Yeah, because I'm witty. I'm so witty. Bow wow bow. I'm glad you're well. Right. Right. Oh, that's looking good. Now I want a commission of my first solo riding a wolf steed. Ah, don't you just hate it when like really casual conversations lead to you wanting new art? Every now and then, I'm lucky enough that one of my audience will hear me say something, and I'll get that as art, and like they will run off and do it as art themselves. Welcome back! Doesn't happen that often, but it happens often enough that it's cool. Because I've got, we have some very good artists in our audience. Oh, Dakota Fur! Just so you know, I spent some of the money you donated on my partner's birthday present, so thank you. I don't know if you're still lurking, but yeah, that's where some of the money you donated went. And the rest of it went on some more glue. So that's nice and exciting, right? Some generic bulk contact adhesive. But we need glue. Or would your money technically have gone on the plaster we need to finish this dragon? It's difficult when all the money you get from sales and donation all goes into the one bucket. I like the kind of accountability of being able to tell people where their donated monies go. So I think that feels more honest, rather than just like sort of, oh yeah, thanks for donating. A couple of days later, I'm like playing a new Nintendo Switch game and like, oh yeah, this was like, I don't know, I just got this money, you know. You gave me money, so I did a thing. Calendine, hello! I can't be trusted with a glue gun. I burn myself every time I touch a glue gun. Oh, then don't touch that part of a glue gun. I should actually have a new glue gun showing up today, thinking about it. That's fun. My current glue gun has done me for probably 10 plus years, but I feel like I need a better glue gun, and I'm just going to put this one in a bucket and use it when my new glue gun breaks down. Inali! I used to draw with a mouse with GIMP, and the last time I tried to draw my character, I burn out. Unposted. Anyway, Caladine, how are you doing? What brings you here? What brings you to our little corner of the internet, friend? So for those of you who remember us doing the face, we basically did a lot of this where we carved the shape of the scales out, and you can see how harsh some of these scales look. But as we go along, and once we pick all of the like loose bits of clay out, we then go over it. We then go over it with a bit of water. We then go over it with a little bit of water and kind of blend it into itself, so the holes between the scales kind of fade, and you get this really nice, like pebbly reptile scale effect. And that's what we want to make a sheet of for our thing. Just jumping around Twitch and saw you alive. I'm Violet. Oh, Violent Gaming. Okay, awesome. Yes. Fluff, I can't do a posh British accent. I actually can't do accents. My brain doesn't work in the right way to do accents. Anyway, that's a nice name, Caladine. I like it. I like it. Bow bow wow. Bow 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 bow. I mean, not that you need my approval. Maybe you do need my approval. Welcome to the Council of 13. I am all of the 13, and I am here to ask you questions. How have you been? I think as everyone in the world, I could have been better, you know. But I've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing lately, and that's been making me feel good, apart from the fact that I've been doing the most frustrating thing in the world on Animal Crossing. But I just finished doing the most frustrating thing on Animal Crossing in the world. So now I just need to improve my island, get my 5-star. I've got some plans. However, I've still got to. I still don't have the Able sisters on my island yet, which is really annoying. Because that means I can't get I can't download custom pack things yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to go into Animal Crossing again. That's a lie. I did mean to go into Animal Crossing again. However, I should have Mabel Sister. I think tomorrow Mabel Sisters opens for me, or Able Sisters opens for me, so that's good. Okay. Also, did you know the movement of the otter in the corner looks how a wyvern flies? Looks like, oh, I love wyverns. Oh, nice. I guess it depends what, fiction you're going from, doesn't it? As to, how the wyvern flies. Oh, I watched Baby Driver this morning. That's a good film. Wyverns are cool. Wavy Otter seems missing part of its animation cycle. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be looping properly, does it? Let's have a look. That's gotten it. Inali, thank you. Wyverns creatures basically through in the air since they don't have large wings like the wyverns in Neverending Story. I mean, he's a luck dragon in Neverending Story. He's a Eastern style dragon rather than a Western style wyvern. But then I guess all different fictions have different terms for wyverns and dragons and griffins and such. Hell, for some reason, J.K. Rowling seems to think that basilisk is a snake. She also thinks some other unfortunate dumb things, so, Or was that the cockatrice? No, it was the basilisk, wasn't it? Yeah. Wrong about a lot of things, yeah. Not only is she wrong about a lot of things, she's vocally wrong about a lot of things. Though it's nice of her to let us know how batshit she is. So that was nice of her, right? Inali entirely depends on what fiction you're going by. Different fictions will define, there are some fictions which have dragons as having the 4 limbs, and there are some which have dragons having 6 limbs. But like, because it's like every different fiction will have its own like vampire, and like vampires are different in some, zombies are different in some. It's just different terminology and such. So it's really hard to say like, oh, what wyverns are supposed to be this, wyverns are supposed to be that, when all different fictions have their stuff. Oh yeah, thanks, Tio. Making me think of Triceratops. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. It kind of looks a bit more like it looks kind of dinosaur-like, but that's kind of what we're going for with the that is kind of what we're going for, I guess, with our like dragon, in that it's like a dragon should be a terrifying reptile, and this should be nice, a nice and distinct design, if that makes sense. Mythical creature has different versions for dragons. I go by Chinese mythology. That's cool. As someone who grew up with Dungeons and Dragons, I tend to go by D&D rules for a lot of mythical creatures, like Monster Manual. The Monster Manual is a very good, like, complete listing of D&D things. Apart from, the only thing that bothers me about the about D&D monster listings is the fact that they have a Medusa rather than it has a Medusa rather than a Gorgon. Sculpting a bad dragon. I mean, you did see the title, right? There we go. That's a very nice 3D texture. Kind of, if I just do this. No, I need a fresh spong. A fresh spong, please. There we go. All dragons are valid. I mean, you say like Chinese has the best dragons, but they don't got toothless, so it's hard to argue. Right. Here we go. So that gives us. So now that cast in latex with a fabric backing will give us a wonderful sheet of scales to sew onto things. But only Western got my kobolds. Yeah, I love kobolds. Because remember, Sharpie is here to help. So stay on track and don't look back. No, don't fiddle with it. You fiddle with it a little bit. On now, race. Everybody supersonic racing. Gotta keep your feet right on the ground. When you're supersonic racing. Like fox slinkies with horns. Ah, yeah. Remember, technically, Dutch angel dragons are a Western dragon. Sharpie is a current roleplay. No. So Sharpie is a kobold from a D&D game that I dropped out of a couple of months ago. I played them for a couple of months. I love them. But Sharpie is a Brownie! Brownie! Woo! How's it going, Brownie? But yeah, so Sharpie is a kobold from a D&D game, and they're one of my favorite D&D characters I've ever played. They are so much fun. I love them so much. But they talk like this. They're like, Sharpie's here to help. Sharpie cannot do much, but Sharpie can't pick locks or do things. But Sharpie can be Bear, and Bear can hurt door. Bear can hurt door. Sharpie don't do much, but Sharpie be Bear, because Sharpie could turn into a bear. Sharby was a moon druid, so Sharby went from being a 2.5 foot tall, what to do with my life now? That's fair. That seems like a fair revelation. But yeah, so Sharby was all like, hello, I'm Sharby. Sharby is here to help. Sharby can't do much because Sharby is only small Sharby, but Sharby can be Bear, and Bear can do things. So stay away because I'm not afraid. Sharby never afraid because Sharby can be Bear. But then Sharby was about 2.5 foot tall. But Sharby had, it wasn't like an animal companion or a familiar or anything. Sharby had a badger that Sharby travelled with. It was just called Badger. And Sharby walked around holding this badger underneath its front legs, and the badger kind of stuck its arms out. So imagine a toddler badly carrying a cat. It's like that. So Sharby walked around with this normal-sized badger, which never looked happy, but never seemed to leave Sharby, because like Sharby would drop the badger and do some druidic magic. So like the way Sharby like discerned the weather was Sharby would draw a circle on the ground, plonk the badger in the centre of it, and depending what the badger did would mean that Sharby could tell what the weather was going to be like using the cantrip druid craft. But the badger never looked happy. Like whenever I was walking around with the badger was constantly trying to escape. And when I finally let it go, it would bolt off, and then it would just follow me around until the next time I would pick it up. It was my like little badger friend. But then Sharby also wore, and I quote, badly daubed badger face paint that was made out of beetle paste. And the black and white beetle paste, and that badly daubed badger face paint was that the beetle paste that it was made out of was also what Sharby used to season food for people. So when Sharby was foraging for the party, because like Sharby being a druid and having the wanderer background meant Sharby could feed up to 5 people every day just by foraging. I would like get bugs and grubs and fruit, and I'd like put some of this beetle paste on it, and then also on top of that, anytime I was casting guidance on anybody, I would be like, oh no, come here, and then I'd badly daub some badger face paint on them, and that would be their guidance. And people hated it, because people like really, like in character, their characters hated it so much because people were playing such serious characters. And then there was Sharby, Sharby, in a game modelled after Darkest Dungeon. Play the multicoloured mini lizard. Oh my god, I would love a Sharby plush. This is one of my favourite. Yeah, yes, it's so good. I can't believe I got that Pride emote. Also, yeah, well done for getting the Pride emotes. Yeah, Sharby plush when? After the Tiffin and Brownie plushes. Right, so this would seem to be our dragon skin. Non-insertable. You never saw the brownie plush I made? No, I haven't. Ooh. I wanna. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna cover this because this doesn't need covering. What I might do now is sculpt a more traditional skin. A Western style dragon skin, if that makes sense. Since we've got time, since time is on our side, where's my knife? There's my knife, good. Not great quality, but oh yeah, please do. Also remember, making something is more important than perfecting something. So just the act of making is the important part of any making process. I will stand by that statement. Ot for Robo, cup. I'm firmly, turgidly of the opinion that that the act of making something is way more important than the act of perfecting something. Finishing anything is way more important than perfecting something. Gal! Welcome, Gal! How are you doing? Enjoying myself the whole time. Nice. Furry friend of mine got his Discord hacked by an anti-fur because he didn't have two-factor authentication. Jeez, I think that might have happened to somebody in our server because the person that was spamming yesterday had a furry name, so that's why I kicked them and didn't ban them. The mouse will need alcohol soon. It's fine. Gal, thanks for the mini hosto, friendo. The mouse, it will need the alcohol soon. Do you think it really hates its life that much? Sorascent, yep, that's a requirement for my mods. Create a welcome map for my Discord after someone posted nasty images in it. How do you do that? Be back for a few minutes. Get it, David. How's the anime going? Bum, 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 ba-dum. There we go. I sculpted a rock. Hope you like it. Hope you like my rock. There we go. Now I sculpted 2 rocks. Oh, I'm so good at this. You want to see something weird? 4 rocks. 4 rocks. 4 rocks. I can't count. Gal, post it in gaming screenshots. You're gonna open some clams with those rocks. Yeah. No, Brownie, I only open oysters. You should know this. Yep. And you know what? Sea otters prefer to use their left-hand pouch over their right-hand pouch. Ah! Sea otter. Sea otter do what? Sculpting. Sea an otter do... Yee. Gave me screenshots. Excellent. Right. I got a solid hour of watching river otters in the past week. Ah, nice. I have so much... I've got so much otter footage on my... I've got so much otter footage on my... on my phone from the otters at my local aquarium back, like, this was way before rejoining the furry fandom. Just because I think they're amazing. I really want to get in there and feed them at some point. But yeah, so yeah, otters were a fairly obvious choice. It was either otters or squirrels. I do like squirrels. Oh my god, where'd you get this squirrel? Oh my god, check out this squirrel. Sea otter. Yeah, sea otter do what? Where'd you get this squirrel? Oh my god. Let's go get squirrels. Ah, Ezek, Tiffin, I'm still watching for someone to do that art of young... Oh, yeah! Young you and young Brownie holding hand of Mama Otter that has both of your hair colours, walking off into the sunset. No, Fluff Ezek. They need to be floating. They need to be floating on the on a river. I have a squirrel onesie. Ah, oh, that's so cute. Right, I need more clay. Have to say, my second favourite animal is maned wolves. Yep. They are cool. Right. Oh. Has the audio gone? It hasn't. Oh, wow, nice. What? I knocked my whole audio setup, and I'm amazed that didn't offline it. So yeah, that's good. That's really good. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is heavy! So yeah, Brownie, I've got an entirely new audio setup now. We have, I have a wireless lavalier microphone now that goes off into a USB mixing desk. So I've got like a really nice quote unquote proper audio setup now. I'm so happy. Which means I can walk about my studio all I like and everyone can still hear me. In theory. If you all still want to hear me. Oh, Raccoon, what are you saving up for? Question! Oh, wow. Oh, wow, これは何ですか? Oh, Stun Fox! あなたはすごいよ。すごいですよ。ありがとうございます。Oh, wow. Stun Fox, Stun Kitsune? There you go, Stun Fox. Hope you like it. Question: after the mold making for the mask, is the clay recoverable for reuse? Sometimes. In fact, this bag of clay that I'm taking from now contains quote-unquote dirty clay that has been used for previous sculpts and such. Like you'll see this has some spray paint on it. It's reusable, but you can see it's full of like little flecks of plaster and such. So you can reuse it so long as you keep it moist and treat it fine. But like it won't be as nice. So I keep fresh clay. I keep fresh clay and used clay separately, because used clay can be used for doing stuff that doesn't need details or accidental stuff or incidental stuff like these sheets of scales. Like doing these sheets of scales is quite cool. It's quite cool because no one's going to be looking particularly closely at these, whereas they would be looking particularly closely at, say, the face. So having any little like flecks of plaster leaving imprints on the face wouldn't be good. I hope I'll have enough to save up for the purple button. There's a purple button? Wait, is there a purple button now? You lie! There isn't a purple button. I got really worried there. Raccoon, don't scare me like that. Purple button, pressing both red and blue. Oh my god. How is there terminology for that? I was getting really worried. Posted the odder picture on my phone, so cute. Aww. Evan the Husky! Your Husky is amazing! Where did you post it, gal? Ugh. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. yeah. Oh, that is a cute ot. That is a cute ot. In Ark, are they river otters or sea otters? Because that looks like a river otter. Right, now I need to start flattening this out. Metal Dragon, hello! We're working on skin. We are sculpting some sheets of dragon skin. Ugh. Oh, I have an ASCII, yay! Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, use the palm of your hand, you idiot. This is where I would use a rolling pin. Yeah, but you don't have frustrations to take out. Oh, why did you forget the bins again? Ah! Yeah, we've already done Metal Dragon. We've done one sheet of it so far. And now we're going to do a slightly more Western style dragon sheet. Gonna do like I didn't see it. Thank you. I'm gonna use some of these bits for like the neck and such. Basically, parts that we don't want to be fluffy. Oh, 62 werewolf partners. Whoa. We are overflowing with werewolf opportunity. Werewolf tunity. I don't know. Worgen. It's a very Worgen welcome. God, the Worg. Oh. The Worgen voices are the worst things ever. How practical do you think it would be to make a whole suit with that kind of material? Does it need an ordinary fabric backing? Well, Theo, I am going to be backing this in. I am going to be backing this with fabric. So there is going to be. This is going to have because it's casting latex, and latex will impregnate. Bad choice of words. Because latex will kind of impregnate fabric. The idea will be the fabric will back the latex and make it easier to work with. So, like, I don't know how the logistics of turning this into a full suit would work, but that's one of the reasons why, Theo, I'm doing this, because I want to experiment with how hard this is to then sew and work with. Like, do I need to make a suit? Do I need to make a like just a base suit that I then sew this onto, or can I use this as a replacement for material? Can I use this instead of fur, basically, like in lieu of fur in patterning? That's kind of what I want to figure out. Because it would be really, really cool to do a full suit, a full latex, a full like scaled dragon suit thing. If I wanted a suit with more that's what I would really want to do. But like, I don't know if this is a good way of doing it, or if you'd want to just like say take a duct tape dummy like I've got there and just sculpt a dragon on it and take a casting from that. Which is something I could do. I have those skills. Although for that, you'd probably... No, you wouldn't want foam latex, because that wouldn't survive very well. Maybe silicone? Maybe if you've got a low shore silicone for that, that could work. Because then you could do, they could do a silicone toweling method for it. Or maybe you cast the whole thing out of resin and make it bulletproof. Make the whole thing solid. you bugger. Yeah. I mean, there's alt-right extremists everywhere nowadays. Put Kevlar carbon weave sheets behind, yeah. I'm gonna, yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, yeah, I'm just gonna make the first two. Where did? All right. Now I need to. Now I have to sew in the bits for the plate carrier. Boxhead orca, boxhead orca, swimming into channel. Boxhead, 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 boxhead. 13th junker. Hey, welcome to both of you. How are you all doing? I hope y'all are doing as well as you can be. Hey, I have a 13 layer Kevlar vest. Yeah, well, I have 13 one-layer vests. What do you think about that? Hungry and tired, nothing new. Aww. Roll armor. Oh, nice. It will work the same. I didn't say there were Kevlar vests in Ali. We could be legends. What you making? Dragon skin. Dragon skin. Next tourney, mid-July. Oh, good luck. Dragons don't need skin, they need kisses. Uh-oh. I think since lips are made of skin, I actually do think they would need. I have concerns. I want to talk about the logistics of this proposal. Raccoon, I don't mean to be the one to say this. I don't mean the one to be asked this, but, are you okay? More importantly, is the last dragon you kissed okay? I would just looking like I just like dragons, okay? But with the skin on. Yeah, please. Also, Brownie, that plushie is adorable. I'm scared. You're a wallaby, not a dragon, though. Oh wait, I know, skeletal dragons. Yeah. Oh, what's her name from Northrend? There we go. Okay. Oh, Brownie! Now that you're back, I can send you. Oh, I can bind a ferret body pattern. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, Brownie. Now that you're back, I will send you the. I'll send you the voice lines I would like from you. and like sending them to you, you will immediately realize what I am doing. And I would like you to keep it hush hush until I put the video out. Because I'm really proud of my idea. Soggy the Lurker. Where's my sculpting knife? Did I put it in here? Okay, no. Right. Oh dear God. Oh! Okay, let's just put this down. Just put this down. There we go. Okay, right. Okay. No problem on that. Yee. Great. Okay, let us sculpt some more scowls. In fact, I'm just gonna put these over here just so I can easily get to the last set of scales we did, so people can see them. To create a bit more visual interest on stream, I guess. I was wondering if Skeletal Dragon would choose to wear a latex skin so it doesn't scare people. Depends the setting, I guess. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. Seems practical if it was sentient. Oh, Concord! Hello! Otot to you, Concord! How are you doing, Concord? Amarath! Amora the cat, welcome! How are you doing, Amora? So exciting news, I'm going to be part of a charity stream next week. Ooh! Nice. Oh, wow, things are looking up for you. That's pretty sweet. But I'm not going to. Thank you for your discretion, Ezek. Remember, only bad things come from pressing the big red button. Fairly well. Starting a job search. Oh. I might have to do that soon. Otot for Roku! You like me too much to press the big red button, don't you? Right. I can press the red button, but I'm curious about purple. What purple? Why do people keep talking about a purple button? There's a red one and there's a blue one. I keep getting freaked out every now and then when people are like, "Ooh, purple." And I'm like, "No, there isn't a purple button." What's a purple button? Because remember, the red button is there without my consent. I don't know how it got there, but it's there. And its power permeates my studio in weird and wonderful ways and weird and terrifying ways. So like it's terrifying and scary, and I just don't want it. That's why like I set up the blue button myself, but to have the same effect as the red button, the blue button has to be so much more expensive because I don't have the interdimensional power that is the red button. I thought the red button ended the stream. I mean, it did that once. I'm pretty certain it did it once. If I remember, I don't know. Maybe we should stop talking about the big red button. Because you know who might be listening. Oh god, why Tiffin redeemed Otto? Oh, for God's sake. Ot for why Tiffin. Fine. See? All this talk about the red button. You guys are the worst. Okay, I got a button question. If you press the button, you get to make a creature of your choice that doesn't exist. But if you press it, 10 animal species go extinct. No then. Unless I get to choose which animal species go extinct, then it's humans. Unless I can make. Have you seen my stoner? The only other main character is black, white, and blue. Yeah, I have Easy. Actually, no. Actually, wait. If I can create an animal of my own, the animal of my own is a large dragon that flies in flocks, consumes CO2 and pollution and billionaires, and poops out clean air and hydrogen. No, you don't get to choose what goes extinct. So there is a chance humans go extinct is what I'm hearing. Clean air and money. Raccoon, that wouldn't work. It eats billionaires. I create an invisible stalker that goes around murdering anybody with over 1 million. Well, gotta go. Heading out for Father's Day. Oh, is it Father's Day in the UK as well? Is that one of the ones that lines up? Because if so, I should text my dad, I guess. I don't know. I mean, my initial response is no, I wouldn't press it because that would almost certainly be worse off for the planet. But if you could literally design something that would significantly improve the quality of life for everything on the planet, then it could actually work. I think once you hit 1 million, once you hit 1 million, it just the dial just rolls over, and you have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps again. Yeah, it's Father's Day today in the UK. Okay, I need to send a text. 1 second, people. Happy Father's Day, wherever you are at the moment. There we go, right. Oh, is that camera? No, that camera. Okay, that's okay. Ugh. See, this is going to be a bit more of a, this is going to be a more traditional dragon skin. But it's going to give me the options, you know? It's going to give me options. Looks tedious. That's basically most of making something that is high quality involves a lot of tedium, if that makes sense. A lot of like making a good quality fursuit, making good quality sculpture, making good models, making good this, making good that involves a lot of doing one thing a lot and doing it well. So I think it'd be hard to find like something that you do well that doesn't involve a lot of tedium, if that makes sense. If you ever won the lottery, I'd be able to help people out. Exactly. Like, think about with like miniatures painting, how much of painting a 40k army is like doing the leather on your 60th guardsman, then your 80th guardsman, then your 100th guardsman, and then going back over and doing the red dots on the guardsman and this, that, and the other. So yeah, it's but once they're all done together, they all look really good. But there's so much tedium into making things look good. It's just like making good quality props involves so much sanding to get these surfaces to look good. Sammy, how are you doing, friendo? I hope you're doing well. How am I tired? I should not be tired. Oh, my dad's in Qatar at the moment. Yeah, if you think this bit is tedious, wait until I have to start sculpting these scales, sculpting these scales into something that look like scales. I just heard the lockdown has been lifted here. Oh, that sucks. Oh, bad luck. That's well, stay as safe as you possibly can. In the meantime, with your government lifting lockdown way too early. Take as many precautions as you're able. Still self-isolate for as long as you're capable of. There's a lot of places that are ending lockdown way too early. I had this off-the-wall idea, but there's essentially free apartments if they were to come. But we've got 30,000 people. Yeah, there's a. I mean, there's a lot to be said for abolishing landlords. Get a David, where are you that they're lifting lockdown? That's a terrifying thought. Yeah, I do often think about all the things I could do if I got a lottery win. Hungary, okay. Funnily enough, Hungary is not one of the countries that I have heard much about. How they're doing with the pandemic. So. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of things I would like to do if I had like won the lottery, and like I don't know how much of my life I would actually change what I do. I just do it better. Biohazard Jackson, hello! It has been a while, ain't it? I mean, yeah, I don't actually play the lottery, so whatever. Almost to the top. Can't wait for Sherb to move in. Sherb's gonna be so cute! Now all I need is like Bam and Bow. Oh! Maybe I should have an all ungulate village. Obviously face mark. It's Sonia! Hello! Welcome! Thank you for the heartos! The hearties! Dragon skin! Dragon skin! Sculpting ourselves some dragon skin. How are you feeling better today? Yeah, I won't say I'm 100%, but we're doing pretty good. Actually, I think I might have accidentally like overdosed my antidepressants on Friday or something. That's the only way I can account for why my brain was so fluffy. It said bye the other day, was it? No, it's fine. Right now, where's... Oh, there you are. Cool. Right now, is your skin for Toblerone or for all of the dragons? I will end up using this for all dragons. This is something that will give me options in the future. Because once you have a mold, you've got a mold, and that allows you to do things for people. Allows you to do favors for people. Also, I want to experiment with this hybrid fabric and latex material. I mean, like when I start posting about, oh, I'm making a latex dragon, that might, I'm actually wondering how much of the wrong crowd that's going to attract, or how much of the right one. Depending on, oh, it's got a ton of monster clay. I sculpted an elf here, but I failed the mold. Oh, it isn't unusable, but yeah, I do like monster clay, but I only use monster clay for very specific processes. I have a lot of monster clay, so I do have a lot of monster clay laying around, but I use it as a very specific tool for very specific sculpts. Note! Hello! How are you doing, Note? Arrows! Welcome back, Arrows! How are you diddling today? Bam, 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 bam. Definitely a special tool for sculpting. Yeah, I mean, I've got my like typical. I've got the heated pot for melting it and all of that laying around, and like I did 2 monster clay sculpts just before starting to do all these fursuits a couple of months ago. So at some point those will show up on YouTube as videos, I think. That's fair. We're not going to force you to show us. I mean, I might, but. Ba-dum-ba-dum, bow, bow, bow. Right, how do I want to do this to make it look good? Can I do this to make it look good? I seem like the type of person that should be able to do this to make it look good, right? People seem to think I can sculpt. I seem to think I can sculpt, so maybe I can do this well. Have it on Instagram though. Okay, Tiffin, how is the Dragon Project going? Sorry if I missed a lot of your... No, it's fine, it's fine. We're currently waiting on more plaster to show up before we can carry on. Us molding the different parts of the dragon. And until the plaster shows up, we can't really progress, which is why I'm sculpting some accessory pieces and some other bits to go along with it. Probably get good with sculpting in Blender. Zach! That is a completely legitimate method of sculpting. Also, Zach, welcome! How you doing, friendo? Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bidoo-bidoo, bew, bew, bew. Bow, 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 bow. Right. The Lone Wolf! Hello! Welcome! Oh, Talon Sword Foundry with a little mini rado. Thank you, Talon Sword. Yeah. Look at that little rady animation. Oh, we so rarely see it. I'm just not popular enough to get raided. Yeah, one of the troubles I have with Monster Clay is that my sculpting technique is very subtractive, whereas if you're sculpting in hello, oh sweet. Whereas if you're sculpting in something like so, my sculpting technique is very. Oh, actually, wait. Let's not flash my address, shall we? So, what did we get? We got a new glue gun! Woo! Yes. And then what's this? This is... You're the one... Oh, cool! New wireless headphones for the studio. Excellent. Diamond in the... I'll set those up after the stream. Man walks into a bar with a slab of asphalt under his arm. He says, "A beer, please, and one for the road." Oh, God. Is asphalt the American word for tarmac? Or are they different things? Oh, get it, David. Did you miss the... You've got that glue gun. Yeah, it's a pretty standard thing because they're cheap. They burn out quick, but they're cheap. Asphalt equals tarmac. Cool. Like my current glue gun's been going for 10 years, and it has been abused. But like it doesn't have the long nozzle on it, so it doesn't have the long nozzle on it, which is what I want in a glue gun right now. So my old glue gun's going to go in a box and it's going to stay there until this glue gun gives up the ghost. Just like I've got a rotary tool that's like 12 years old, and I was using it for years until I got a Dremel. The Dremel lasted me like 3 years and then died, so now I'm back on my old rotary tool, which is just really weird. Last time I was here, I think you were moving and you locked yourself out of your own workshop. Oh yeah, that's because in the winter, the moisture warps the doors, and they get out of shape, so they like don't fit in the doorway properly anymore. Hit the road, strike the asphalt. God, that's a weird reference. I don't even know what film that's actually from, but I just know it's from a film. I know what happens in the film, but I can't remember what the film's called. Tarmac is used by British people as a colloquial term for a roadway or similar surface. It is actually the name for a paving process which is rarely used anymore. Asphalt is typically used instead. Okay. Is that from Google? Gonna look. Have a great rest of the evening. Thanks, Talon Sword Foundry. You too. So yeah, you guys thought the previous bit of like work that we just did was tedious. Oh, get a load of this bit. We've got to sculpt each individual scale into a rough shape. Oh, dot! If you haven't replaced the doors on the workshop, what happens if you get trapped? No, I haven't replaced them because I'm a renter, so I can't. But I have I've altered them in a way that I can work with them properly now. Ew, she's a Redditor, guys. Time to unfollow. What? Why do you say that, Raccoon? Did you find my Reddit post? Are you hanging about in r/fursuits? Did I mention Reddit? Lasted Pizza, thanks for joining. How you doing? Lasted Pizza. How you doing, Lasted Pizza? At the start of the stream, I think. Okay, yeah. I'm doing okay, listening to music. Nice. I'm doing the same. Whilst also hanging out with some of my favourite people across the internet. No, just the r/Warframe and soon to be whenever Tabletop RPG subs. Oh, okay. Because I have posted on I have posted on r/Fursuits. And I was #1 on r/Fursuits for a little while. For like a day. It's quite nice. I just thought I heard you call yourself a Redditor. I have not called myself a Redditor. Okay. Ugh. How does this look if I go like that? You can kind of, okay. I mean, Reddit has some pretty big furry communities in it, so, hides Fedora. Ah! Oh God, there was a VS player last night on PlanetSide 2 who had a monocle and a fedora on their character. We murdered them a lot. It was wonderful. They murdered me a lot as well though, so whatevs. Because I'm not good at shooty games. Do you do... Oh, you do PlanetSide 2 as well? Yes, I do. I play TR. I mostly play medic. I mostly play medic, engineer, and max. Although lately I've only lately picked up engineer and been doing a bit of tanking because it's kind of cool. But I finally got like a couple of working max loadouts. I'm really happy with it. I'm named Amory Canned Tea. Aw. Well, drop me a message drop me a message over Discord, and maybe I can create a character on your server. Because of course I play on the European servers. I'm on Cobalt on the EU. Oh, Inali, I'm on Cobalt. I thought you were in America. Cobalt's my server, Inali. But what faction do you play? I'm guessing you play TR. Because you seem cool enough to play TR. Oh my God, we're both TR. You're not fighting like TR, soldier. Tiffin, I just remember I got second in the lobby in Battlefield 1 and I was a medic in that game and didn't have the most skills. Nice! I in PlanetSide 2 I mostly play a giraffe because I've got the giraffe pattern camo. So no matter what continent we're on, I always have the giraffe camo because I'm that sort of idiot and it makes me happy. I've also... What's y'all's most played game? I think technically mine almost certainly is World of Warcraft. Although I haven't played it in years, it is almost certainly the game I've played the most. Accidentally, I was originally NC, lol, but you know you play NC to DK. Yeah. But Inali, Benali, all of those team kills on NC are tactical because the corpses can give intel to all the other players. Oh, actually, yeah. So this is going to be really exclusionary to anyone else here. Inali, how do you feel about the end of Planet Spitfire Side 2? Are you happy that Spitfire Side is over? Perfectly valid tactic to kill your teammates to revive them. Yeah. I don't care how dangerous the res is. Take it, because I need the XP. Oh! Inali, have you tried the Dragoon? The Dragoon is like the perfect gun. I love it so much. Anyway, so is this some weird TF2 mod? No. PlanetSide 2 is the largest. It held the. It's basically an FPS game on a 20 km by 20 km map which is covered in capture points and bases and such with 3 different teams, and there's thousands of players per thing. But yeah, I started playing with the Spiffing Brit. Okay. I'm aware of the Spiffing Brit. I heard there was some drama over the Spiffing Brit because they showed up, brought a bunch of newbies and a bunch of the like PlanetSide regulars just showed up and shat on them, like massively made their new player experience awful. Because that's one of the big troubles with PlanetSide. There is such a huge skill gap between new players and old players. And it's kind of so obvious sometimes that it's become a bit of a meme in the community. Most played game is probably Doom. My most played game on Steam is something like FPS and Thief. Oh, Thief, nice. Well, what's it? FPRPGs? A couple thousand hours in Doom, really? And in our 2,000-man Zerg rush, yeah. So it's like Battlefield on a big scale. Yes, yeah, it is. But it's supposed to be a like there's fully realized vehicle, land vehicle, aircraft. There's new floating like flying aircraft carriers and like infantry play, and it's really cool. I think it's hugely underrated, but it's been going for like 7 years now, and they're still updating it. So I like to build bases so I can fire orbitals. I've not invested any certs into base building, so. But like my I'm in an org with a bunch of people I used to know from LARP, so we play on Saturdays as a group. But we like a bunch of us play just during the week every now and then. But because I tend to play at like 6 a.m. in the morning, so I get to solo cap bases and get the resources, so I can fire orbitals just from base resources. Have you played with the new like Goliaths yet? I think they're Goliaths, right? I can't remember what they're called. The new big boy tanks. But yeah, sounds a bit like Aram. Oh yeah. God, I haven't played League of Legends in a hot minute. Like PlanetSide's kind of replaced my PlanetSide's replaced the time I used to put into League of Legends. Seraphinx, hello! Ah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I dare someone. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna bring this up. I dare someone to count the amount of scales we have. I'm gonna look now. Have a good stream. I will try, Get it, David. Can someone figure out how many scales we have? So how many scales I have to individually sculpt on here? But yeah, Inali, PM me your username and such, and I will add you. Roughly 120. Okay. Not as bad as I thought it would be, actually. You know? If I say a minute per scale, that's only 2 hours. Anyway, Seraphinx, how are you doing today? I count roughly 180. Uh-oh. Nice, tired, but I'm good. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Now. $17 up and $10 across. If there's one thing I have learnt from watching other content creators is never, ever do maths yourself live on stream. That's something I've learnt from watching other content creators. Never do maths live on stream. Bum, 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 bum. Math is fun though. Yeah, but getting things obnoxiously wrong isn't. You know what, Concord? You're fun! How do you like them apples? Ha! Counting the shapes at the top. Oh my god. Yeah, because these are all going to be long scales. These are kind of like lengthened scales up here is the plan. There we go. Yeah, like that. Big stretch, big stretch. You know who I miss? I miss Taffy. I miss Grey as well. It would be really nice for Grey to be able to make it to this stream. You know? Ot, Robo, cup! More hyper potions. Yeah, they're just on the playlist now, Rickon. I should put together a YouTube version of my playlist just so you guys have access to it. Yeah, well, from what Rainmutt was saying last time they were here, she's doing a lot better than they expected, so that's good. So we can only like hope and wait for like more news. Also, I hope Antler's feeling okay, because their cat got in a car accident the other day. So, I hope they've got good news from the vet. So yeah, hopefully we'll hear from Antler at some point as well about how their vet thing's going. And hopefully Bloody will keep us updated on their new dating. Yeah, that's right. That's how much I pay attention to you lot. Yeah, I've been really enjoying the hyper potions so far. I've honestly been thinking about using a different hyper potion track as the opening to my YouTube videos, but I think that might be a little too on the nose with Bakari Roo. Blender crashed again. No! Aww. I hope you didn't lose anything. Or didn't lose too much anyway. Right. So hopefully you can start to see how those scales are coming out as opposed to just the imprints. You didn't save. Oh no. It wasn't too much that I lost. Okay, good. That's good at least, right? I think I might use a clipping from Big Giant Circles for my intro music. However, my intro is also only like 2.5 seconds because I hate long intros. I hate long intros so much. That's all you need. All you need. You just need to yell "ototot" at your viewers, and that's that, right? Oh figs instead of oh bunnies that say oh figs instead of oh. Where's that coming from, Raccoon? Oh, fish. Wait, no, I won't. That was meant for Twitter. Ah! How? How? How did you confuse this for Twitter? I don't believe you. You're an idle typer. What does that even mean? Is there a convention for convicted felons called Con? Yes, it's prison. Con got lost! Hello! Actually, guys, I have some tickets for Con. All you need to do, if you PayPal me some money, if you PayPal me for some money, I can get you tickets for Con. Just make sure you send it by friends and family. You know, because otherwise I get hurt on fees. So yeah. For those of you who don't know, if you're buying art from someone, or if you're paying for something in the furry fandom, or basically any kind of person-to-person work, never ever, if the artists ask you to send them money via friends and family rather than via payment for services, they are that is a huge red flag. That is, you never ever want to do that, because that means you are giving up all of your buyer protections if they screw you. So that is a big like sign that they are trying to scam you. This has been a free Tiffin tip. I mean, even if you're just buying a $5 adopt, always do it as like purchasing. May I ask, what colours have you in mind for the dragon? I'm curious. Well, Artex, as someone who is a subscriber Artex, if you go to the subscriber polling section in the subscriber section on Discord, you can actually vote on what colours it will be. Not only buy protection, but it also makes you eat the PayPal fee instead of them. Yeah. There's actually a poll in the subscriber section on Discord for the colours of the first dragon that we're making out of this mould, and I do want to make a couple of dragons out of this mould just to see what the versatility of this mould is like. If that makes sense, I want to do like a chunky dragon and a cute dragon or something. I don't know. Oh yeah. Oh, that's snazzy. Yeah. But yeah, if you have a look, there's currently it looks like it's going to be purple and blue. But I might slightly overrule that and make it purple and make it blue and silver. And then I'll do a purple and gold or something. I was hoping for purple. I'm fine with this. Yeah. But yeah, you can go vote in it. Oh no, Theo can't. I mean, Theo can if you subscribe. Tio, sorry, not Theo. When do I call... What do you call it when Nintendo character accidentally burns a piece of meat? A me-steak! Oh, God. What do you call it when you establish that you really like puns, and then you just get showered with bad jokes and bad puns? Tiffin! Punishment. It's abundance. Yes! Idiota. Bit windy outside. I think that I've established that I only like puns if I'm the one making them, otherwise the worst thing ever. Tio! The real Dragon Girl! Hello, I joined her Hyperpotion. Today is going to be a great day. Hell yeah! I'm really digging Hyper Potions lately. Thank you for the recommendations, friendos. And thank you for Monster Cat for having them in your library. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. I hope this stuff turns out to be useful. Imagine if I never actually use this like dragon skin that I'm sculpting. How much of a tragedy of our time would it be? They're amazing. Can't stop singing Jelly and the foreign language they do, which I can't, and which I won't name the language because I'll probably mess it up. Aww. I don't think I've got any of their foreign language songs on this list because, like, I can only play what I can license from Monster Cat. Ah! Ot for RoboCop Cop! Thanks, RoboCop. How you doing right now, RoboCop? What are you up to now, RoboCop? Anyway, the real Dragon Girl, how are you doing today? How's this day been for you so far? Or is it like early enough where you are that you haven't had a day yet? Because I can tell you, I'm a wee bit annoyed with my partner right now because like my motorcycle has never ever had battery problems at all. However, he convinced me to hook it up to a trickle charger, which rebalanced it all. And now, if it sits for more than a week, it runs out of batteries. So whatever he has done, whatever that trickle chargery battery health check has done, has reset my battery in such a way that it won't survive not being on a trickle charger now, and it's the worst thing ever. So this morning to go out and pick up glue to do the dragon horns out of, to do the dragon horns with. I had to borrow his motorbike to go out because mine wouldn't start. How about you? It's currently 11:06 a.m. Nice. That time this morning, I was watching Baby Driver whilst playing Animal Crossing. Because turns out Baby Driver is a really good film. Oh, the scales are looking pretty interesting. I wasn't paying attention for a bit. Dusted off the tablet. Okay, because so these are the last scales that we did. This is the other sheet of more like quote unquote natural scales. These are more lizard-like scales, and then these are the more traditional dragon scales, if that makes sense. So like I've got two different versions, as it were. Is the idea. And I'm going to cast up both of them. So I'm going to mold up both of them so I can cast sheets. So I can cast sheets of both the scales, depending on what customers want. Because I would say this is a more like fantasy style scale pattern, whereas that's more like natural lizard style. If that makes sense. I don't know what you saw of the other pattern. Also, I think that it's good to show the new people that showed up, like Dragon Girl. So Dragon Girl gets to see the other like dragon skins that we're doing. I mean, in theory, I could probably make like t-shirts out of this. Oh my god, that would be kind of cool. Fancy dragon scales, yep. Latex t-shirt for a very discerning audience. Oh, this is good. Is this Hyper Potion? Oh no, this is Pixel Terror. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, come on. This is why you want to commission me, by the way. It's this level of ridiculous detail that I bring to my costume projects. That's why I'm someone to pay. Right? Right? Also, I'm kind of cool. People like me, right? You guys like me. You're very cool. Yee! Thanks, Mom! I'll know to go to you if I need anything that requires clay. For now. I mean, I just assume there's other fursuiters that do stuff like this. If I ever do get enough money and an actual Sona figure out, I'll be sure to. Yee! Well, you know where to find me. I mean, not literally. I hope not. That would be a bit weird. Although I am pretty sure I've flashed my address up on screen more than once. Well, I'm not good at this. I'm provably not good at this. I mean, good at this streaming thing, not good at this, not good at this sculpting thing. Someone put a pole suit from Tiffin. I mean, Seraphings was around earlier. Dark Cameron, how do you feel about being a mod? You're here all the time. Also, hey, Ezek. Oh my god, tired. I should eat some vegetables tonight. Not that I don't usually eat vegetables. Do you want Tiffin to make your suit if... Ah! Damn it. I would have mod applications yet. Oh yeah, of course, Dark Cameron, that makes sense. Sorry about that then, Dark Cameron. Ah. This better be worth it. Who thinks this will be worth it? There's a poll. Also, I'm not always here. I dip out. Yeah, that's fair. It will be worth it. The real Dragon Girl. Maybe. There you go. The real Dragon Girl. I can respect that. This better be worth... This gonna be worth it, right? Maybe. Nobody knows. I mean, future Tiffin knows, but I'm also leaving future Tiffin with a load of problems. God, I do not envy future Tiffin. Maybe. Is it wrong that I'm thinking about making a spreadsheet for my Animal Crossing village? Just so I can keep track of what villagers I have and their like personality types, so I make sure I don't overlap personality types. Because what I should do is have a look through all of the Animal Crossing villagers. Some people do it. It's not. What I should do is have a look through all of the Animal Crossing villagers of every type. If Jane Bond is the most well-known spy, doesn't mean he's the worst spy. Yeah. What I should do is go through each and every personality type and pick. I have New Leaf, and I'm currently making making sheets of what animals prefer in their coffee. Oh wow! Oh yeah, I've heard about the coffee shop. I wonder if we're going to eventually get that in New Horizons. But yeah, so I'm what I'm thinking about doing is basically going through all the personality types and picking out my favorite from each personality type, and then going through all of the villagers and picking out, like, because there's like 7 personality types, I want to say, maybe 8. So if I have one of each, that means I can have 2 doubles, which means I can have like two like ones that I just like. But I need to pick like one of each personality type who I like the most from that personality type, I think. But I got Sherb today, so I'm happy. The Z-Bean Burrito has joined the stream. Trilogy, hello! How's it going, Trilogy? But yeah, I got Sherb today, and I think they're adorable. But now I've got to wait for someone to move out before I can get another person. But that's fine, because like the chances of actually getting someone new that we like is still pretty low. But yeah, what are we talking about? Maybe Animal Crossing? I don't know. Don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about will all this individual sculpting of scales to make a sheet of scales to thing. You could get an Animal Crossing guide app on your phone. The one I use lets me go through all the villages. Oh, Roku! Absolutely, maybe not. Oh my god! Why would you not do this to me? What's the get an ACH? Okay, let's have a look. ACNH unofficial ACNH guide. Okay, cool. Lisa wasn't nope. Yeah, right. I'm gonna go pee because I've been doing this for 3 hours without peeing so far. So I will see you all in a moment. Bye. See you in a sec. Oh yeah, I actually can keep my radio mic on as well, can't I? Because it cuts out just for going to the next building. Which means you guys get ow! Oh, sunlight! Ah, Jesus! Oh God, it's bright. Yeah. spooking. How are you spooking, spookers? You know what? You know who hasn't seen you for ages? Everyone in chat hasn't seen you for ages. All of these friends, all of my friends, you've been very rude to my friends, Spooky. Ow, ow, ow. Spooky, you've been very rude to my friends in here by not coming and seeing them, have you? So, Spooky? Spooky? Okay, no, never mind. Never mind, Spooky is not on board with this. Here you go, Spooky. Yep, so Spooky is not about that life. I'm very sorry. Anyway, hey everyone, what? How y'all doing? I'm back. A dinosaur story. Battery. Okay, battery's fine. Cool. Give Spooky some pets with me. I will, Ezek. I will. Hazen Spooky. Yeah. That's one of the big reasons I replaced. One of the big reasons I replaced the Spooky emote is because he doesn't spend much time in here anymore. Dot. Yes, Serafinx. There's actually a site that shows you optimal gifts for villagers. Okay. Because I just wrap 10 foreign fruit up at a time and give them that. Pushy Elm. Pushy Elm! Welcome, Pushy Elm! Pushy Elm does whatever an elm tree does. Gives you shade, creates pollen. Am I allergic? No, I'm not. Pushy Elm is in our channel. Oh. Will they follow? Listen, bud. They have good quality with their follows. I don't know. Anyway, Pushy Elm, thank you for the follow, friendo. I hope you're doing okay. I might be going a little bit mad. Are you a furry? Yes, I am. Yep, it's in the FAQ actually, Pushy. Though we do get plenty of non-furries hanging out in chat, which is fine. Did know that a squirrel can't die from falling; it can survive terminal velocity. Yeah, it's very similar for it's very similar with cats because they can reduce their terminal velocity because they can spread out their skin flaps. Hey, Aussie Poo, hello. Hello. Oh, wind blew the door open. God damn. And I need that door closed for the air conditioning to work and for us to not massively overheat in here. Ugh. I hate summer so much. I hate summer. Squirrel died from a tree in front of my house. I mean, so there's actually, there is actually a coefficient, as it were, that there is a height from which certain animals can fall and survive, and then if they go higher than that, they will die. But if they go higher than that, they have enough time to spread themselves out to create like an air cushion out of their own skin, so that they survive. If you have a look at like cats, what species of furry character are you? Otter. Otter. My character is an otter. More specifically, a sea otter. because as a maker and crafter, as someone who is who is very broadly experienced with making and crafting, I am here to hold the hand of anyone who is struggling to create something, struggling to get through with whatever they're trying to, and I will hold your hand so you don't float away with the enormity of whatever you're trying to craft or achieve. So as you can see, we have gone pretty seamlessly from making fursuits to sculpting. Does the character have a backstory? Nope. I'm gonna need to get ready for my last day of school tomorrow. Ooh! Very nice. Summer holidays, you say? Oh. Bum 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 bum. For God's sake. They're a cool as heck, Otter, what more do you need? And a squirrel in my pool. Oh no! Oh no! I actually had to nurse a squirrel back to health a good many years ago, back when I was living in Oxford. Thankfully, we had a spare rabbit cage that we could keep it in, and a bunch of rabbit food, which it liked. So we kept it in the rabbit cage for a little bit until it recovered, and like kept it fed and watered, and eventually we re-released it and it just ran away. It was good. And then after that we learned that that's technically against the law in some places, because they're vermin. And I don't understand how you call a squirrel vermin, because they're lovely. I like squirrels. Squirrels are cool. See you tomorrow, Ezek! Sorry if I'm asking many questions. I'm just interested in furry species because there are so many people creating their own species. I find it interesting. Yeah, that's fair. We got some people in chat who are quote unquote custom species. Like I believe there is a Folf in chat. We quite often get Dutch angel dragons in chat. I mean, if Roof is around, they're kind of a custom hybrid of a bunch of different dinosaurs, which is kind of cool. There's Taffy, who's a sparkle dog. Yes, sparkle dogs. Oh man, sparkle dogs are awesome. Oh yeah, Sagi with the Cyberhound. I mean, I do have a custom species myself, but I ain't gonna talk about it until I have more to talk about and the suit properly planned out. Wonder if there's any Lingerfolfs. What's a Lingerfolfs? I'm part of a species of night wolves. Oh, cool. What's a linger wolf? Do they just loiter everywhere? Oi! Stop lingering! I'm funny. Not Ling. Oh, Liger! Sorry. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. My bad! I'm sorry. Whoops. Bum, 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 bum. Please, anytime someone asks me when you want a persona of it, yeah. Yeah, Sagi is super excited to get more cyber hounds in the world. Oh, that's looking nice so far. For some reason, I'm scared of the Dutch Angel Dragon species. Uh-oh. I've got bad news for you then, as I've got a Dutch Angel Dragon partial fursuit behind me at the moment. I mean, we've got a couple. We've got at least 2 or 3 Dutchies that show up in chat, but they're lovely. Ruh-roh. For some reason I'm scared. Oh, yeah. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Yeah. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. They're all just staring funny. I once met their leader, Telephone. Aww. Is Telephone technically the leader? Scared of him in a funny way. Oh, okay, that's good. I mean, aren't they the creator of the duchies? Hence why no one else can have the. Hence why for a while no one else could have the muzzle ring. because it might be too much like theirs, and they were able to like stipulate that because it was their species. Also, you would not believe my disappointment for finding out that Dutch angel dragons aren't based on some sort of European mythology, and the word Dutch just comes from the name of a horse. That was actually really disappointing. Got a long way to go yet, Sagi. Also, Sagi, this is the last set of scales we did. Which I still need to touch up a bit more, but I need to wait for them to dry a bit. The reason I call Telephone their leader is because she was the yeah, that's what I mean. She's the it's her custom species. Bum 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 bum. So, how do you install a VPN properly onto a Protogen? Because I feel that's an important part of having a Protogen. I actually need to make a version of a fox steer in England Fears. Aww! That's cute. Right, I'm gonna have an apple as a break. Ow! Ow! Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Protogens don't have animatronics. Hello! How are you doing? The most difficult thing about Protogens is their for Trilogy is the visor. Is getting access to a vacuum former with enough volume to do a visor in one pull. First Father's Day without my dad. Oh no. It'll be okay in the end of things, yeah. I reckon. I texted my dad today because chat reminded me, because you guys reminded me it was Father's Day apparently. I have no other way of knowing if it's Father's Day or not unless like people mention it. So I sent my dad a text. And he's in Qatar at the moment. Same type of clay you use for the head? Yes, it is. So it's nice and quick to work with, despite how long this is taking. But it's like it's significantly quicker than say using monster clay for this. If that makes sense. When I talk about how quick clay is to work with, it's like about how easy it is to remove chunks and such. We have the vibe music. Oh, I love this music. I love this track so much. Oh, that's hot! Yes, so good. Yeah, those are looking. Whoa! Welcome back, Dakota Fur. Hot for RoboCop. Well, for Dakota Fur care of RoboCop. Right, so if I'm lucky, my clay arrives real early tomorrow, which means I get to jump into the studio before the stream and finish all the mold making ahead of the stream. So if I'm lucky, we could be taking the molds out of mold boxes. Hot for Trilogy! So if we're lucky, I could be taking molds out of mold boxes before the stream, so we can start to take some castings on stream. Okay, gotta go. Oh, see you later. Okay. Guess we'll see you tomorrow, Sagi, or whenever you're next able to visit. Bye. Also, Dakota Fur, how are you doing? We're getting there. We're past the halfway mark, I think. We're past the halfway mark. We're close. Maybe. Baby. What? Wow, 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 wow. Hope's okay today. We haven't heard from him yet, have we? He wasn't in the pre-show talk like he usually is. I know Sunday is his, like, running errands day, but I'm still allowed to worry, you know? I wonder if he's in chat, like, technically, like, got the window open or something. Okay, go ahead. You don't need my permission, Dakota Fur. Or do you need my permission? Yeah, I was wondering where he was. Yeah, so it should be, yeah, so Sunday and Monday are his running errands days, because those are the days that his, like, partner's off. Those are also the days that he tries to stream as well. So because he's able to do that because someone else is looking after the baby. If that makes sense. I wonder if I'm going to build up a better heat tolerance working out here, like, more regularly. That would be cool. But I do have a very low heat tolerance for, like, just ambient weather. But I have a very high tolerance for, like, costume discomfort. So maybe, I don't know. No, I need bouncier music. I need bouncier music. Yeah, this'll do. Right. Whew. Yeah! This'll do it. This'll do it. Hold together, hold together, come on. Don't make me hit you with a hammer. I'm allowed to threaten my clay. Don't know what you're talking about. Who doesn't threaten their crafting materials now and then? If you say you don't, I know you're a liar. Get this done. Just need this done. Once this is done, I can go back to bed and play Animal Crossing in bed for the next 8 hours. Oh, life goals. Oh, okay. We're flying now. Oh, 63 werewolves! Oh god, that means I've been going for 4 hours. Yeet. I didn't think this was going to be such a long stream, actually. Well done, Robo! I wonder if I should implement any more of those sorts of commands, because that is quite fun. very snail's house. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I've got to go. Okay, I'll just say this. Thank you, Tiffin, for being amazing. You always make me so happy when you stream. You're a great streamer. Thank you for being you. Trilogy, thank you for saying that. That means more to me than I think you might realise. Thank you. Have a fantastic day. Art for Trilogy! Or as I keep calling them, Trilogy. For some reason. Tech difficulties command. How about no? Let's not glamorize the tech difficulties, shall we? Because they're usually out of my control in such a way that it is incredibly frustrating. Like quote unquote fluff ups, I'm okay with doing because like I do them and they're self-inflicted. Whereas most technical difficulties are where a piece of technology just isn't working for no reason at all, and I have to like restart this, do this, like mess around with this thing, do this thing, and like try and like scrape a working setup out, and that just kills me inside. So I don't think it's healthy for the stream, if that makes sense, as a counter. In the same way as, like, I don't want to count, the same way that, like, as much as I count my injuries, because it's funny and you guys get to be part of it, I never want to count, like, chat injuries. Like, whenever people hurt themselves whilst watching the stream, because I don't think that's, like, healthy. I mean, chat fluff ups is like kind of a little unhealthy in its own way, but I think it's like fun enough, if that makes sense. Noodle the corgi. Hello. Welcome back, Noodle. How are you doing? We're sculpting dragon skin. For hopefully not a particularly bad dragon. It is Porta Vista. So how do I contact Bad Dragon and ask for like a cross promotion with this fursuit? Too far? Yeah, it's too far. Scales are looking nice. Thanks, Concord. We're getting close to finishing this pass, and then we're going to talc it and hopefully brush it down, and that should even them all out and make them all look quite nice. And then hopefully tomorrow I can cast these and we start getting sheets of this out. Although, of course, getting the head out of the mould is the most important bit. Yar! Yar, Concord! Why ye be doing this? You scurvy dirg! I ought to take you by your bill, chuck in your pants, hang you out the back of the blowhole, and drag you all the way down the Thames. Privateers, technically you come out of Britain. The Dragon Girl, sorry! Deathcore Brick, hello! Welcome! I'm so glad the party's arrived. I'm not gonna mention names, but some people here haven't been all that fun today. Dot! Do you ever check out the pic I sent you on Discord? Probably. I need a lot more context. I get sent a lot of pics. The Thames River is a bit long, but hey, is that a free trip to Britain? Yeah. The K-line, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I did see. Dark Cameron, I was actually referring to myself. Today kind of feels like a rest day for my voice. I haven't been talking all that much today, and it's a bit weird. There's been like extended parts of this, stream where I haven't said anything, and that's weird. Worms? Please don't redeem worms. We don't want any more worms. I have a dragon character. He is my 95% imaginary roommate. Don't really think he is he is scurvy. Did he pick up some orange juice at the store? I'll make sure he drinks some. Oh my god. I think you're thinking too hard about this insult. Favorite things is to kill jokes, just being natural. I seem to be a natural at it. I am a big fan of the anti-joke chicken, which is one of the old advice animal memes from good many years ago now. I might go play some Star Citizen after this stream. Actually, just relax and run around the Stanton system doing some deliveries. In a ship way too big to do deliveries. Maybe I'll do some cargo running, I don't know. Or maybe I'll do some video editing and actually like, actually script out what will you make after the dragon. I'm going to be doing, I have 3 commissions to do after the dragon. After the dragon, we're doing commissions. It's weird, right? The paid work comes after the dragon. To get the mold done, how many casts will you be able to make from the molds? There's no real limit, in all honesty, Conquered. We're talking tens of casts from it, probably. More than I can probably make use of is what I could get out of the mold. If that makes sense. Thanks for asking. Okay, yeah. So plaster is a very resilient casting material. It's not molding material. It's not, say, as resilient as like fiberglass, but I would actually say it's more resilient than silicone. But it's not like alginate, where you get one casting from your alginate mold and then the alginate dries up, or latex, which I've seen latex used as a molding material rather than a casting material, and it shrivels up after a couple of days. Plaster lasts fairly indefinitely, as long as you don't break it. And even if you do break it, plaster's not that hard to like maintain, to like repair and such. I actually have some fairly old plaster molds that I technically can still use, and I'm kind of loath to throw them out because they were some of my first ever commercial molds. And they've got a little bit of sentimental value to me. But yeah, that's why I stream to answer questions about stuff like this, so I can so more people figure out how cool this is as a thing to do. And of course, having people keep me company whilst I work is also quite nice.
Towards the sun, I can see your darkened eyes, and you are still hiding your smile. Take my dismay, throw it away. When you reach me, help find a way. Look out for slopes down the devil's road, and when you reach me, I'll let you stay. How many times do we have to write our names in the sand so they don't wash away? How many times do we leave our mark? I've been worried if you'll be okay. I can travel the world in an instant, even though there's a fear of the distance. But for you, I know I'll stay right here. And I can see your darkened eyes, and you are still hiding your smile. Take my dismay, throw it away.
4 hours, 17 minutes. Okay. Making fairly good time for the sheer surface area of sculpting we've done today, I guess. So that's not terrible. Only 2 more rows of these to go as well.
I don't want to miss you when you're sailing by. Please tell me you're on the way. I don't want to miss you once I've waved goodbye. So when you reach me, tell me you'll stay.
Ooh, this. Chat's very quiet today, I'm aware. Somewhat quiet. I mean, it was busier earlier in the stream. It's a Sunday. I think Sundays are the most like hit or miss days because, of course, there's always a chance that like a big amount of your viewership are away. Because Sunday is always hit or miss whether or not people are doing things. Also, it's Father's Day. Oh. If I can't hit straight, so social distancing should be easy. Ah. We've got to start advertising Tiffin more. Time for some Reddit posts. Hell yeah, Dark Cameron. I think go find some good clips to share on Reddit, I guess. I have tried, but like Reddit hates self-promotion, if that makes sense. So like I've never been able to land. Geordie boy, thank you. I've never been able to land any successful posts that involve like sharing anything to do with my Twitch channel, so. Really, Robocop? That's cool. I mean, I know Britain has Mother's Day on a completely different day to like America, so that makes sense that like Father's Day would be a different day. Robocop's getting in the box. Robocop, give me a moment just to finish this row, and then I will dump you in the box, friendo. I wonder how many Skeksis personas there are. There's got to be some, right? Oh my god, that means there's probably Skeksis porn. Dear, why did I think that? I hate my brain. Oh, we're almost done! Geordie boy, I'm not shouting out again. I mean, I guess I kind of just did. Whoops. Okay, RoboCop! RoboCop is getting in the box. Oh my god, I have only just noticed it's not RoboCop, it's RobOcop. Roof the Dilo, hello! I'm actually almost out of liquid. I can't believe it's been this long and I've only just noticed it's RoboCop. Or RobOcop. And not actually RoboCop. How are you doing, Dr. Roof? Roof, I accidentally made a sheet of dinosaur skin. I say accidentally. You always pronounce it correctly, RoboCop. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. RobOcop! up. Okay, right. Here is a full sheet of not quite processed, stab the clay. No! Of not quite processed scales, but after we get them talked and touched up, they should all be ready for molding. Rin Mocha, hello! Oh, okay, that looks good. We're doing sheets of skin, sheets of dragon skin and reptile skin. I'll show you the reptile skin in a sec, which, of course, is also for dragons. But you know how it is. This is the quote unquote traditional dragon skin, whereas this is traditional dragon skin where it's overlapping scales and such. Whereas I did a Morgul, hello. Whereas earlier in the stream I did a sheet of much more realistic reptile skin that I'll show you in a second. But now I'll have a mold for doing both of them, depending on what people want. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. Fancy classic dragon skin. Yep. The idea is I'll be able to cast up sheets of this, back it with fabric, and sew it together a bit like a fursuit, and integrate some like textured latex parts into like an otherwise fluffy dragon. If that makes sense. Because I have like an idea in mind for how I want this dragon to look, and I hope I can get it to look like that. But yeah, so Morgul, you love everyone, good. So this is our dragon skin so far. Can you reuse the clay after covering with talc? Yep. And this is our Big Tuna Neil, hello. And then this is our like more reptilian skin. So yeah, this is the more reptile, or I've kind of been joking about like calling it dinosaur skin, because it is a lot more dinosaur-y. It does, however, need a little bit more touching up to get the bits to blend together nicely, but without disappearing. But that's fine. But yeah, I thought both Roof and Rin would appreciate this. So it's quite nice that you both showed up at the same time. So yeah, hopefully my plaster will arrive tomorrow, so I can actually cast this. So because if I can cast it, I mean, I need to cast. Well, I say if I can cast it. When I get to cast it, that's only good things. So yeah, hope you. Do I have the upvote? Do I have the vote of confidence from our Scalies in chat? Scaly friends, do you approve? Yes, yes, yes. Good. Ugh. Good, because you lot are the types of nerd I need to be selling this stuff to. Actually, I hadn't thought about it, but I could literally just sell sheets of this, couldn't I? I haven't actually thought about that. I could sell sheets of this as a like fursuit construction material. Huh. I wonder if that would work. I'm back. Oh, your cat needed something. Oh, was it attention and pets, or was it or did it need snacks? Because I need that as well. None of you bought me ice cream yet, so. Can't believe after all the fuss people made about it, no one's actually bought me ice cream yet. We don't know how to act. We get chaotic and say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? I know they're like very expensive, but that's the only way I can get ice cream delivered, sadly. Which is the only way it works with this. But it's okay. I'm only like half joking about. I'm only like half joking or whatever about it. Wasn't too much of a pain to organise. Cats are always demanding something. Pet me, stop petting me, pay attention to me, watch me ignore you. Yeah. I don't know, Spooky's very independent. I guess that's because he was like a street cat for a while. So much detail. How much detail is too much detail? Carry on! Hello! No, nothing much up with us. I'm just sculpting some dragon skin. The irony being, I'm not actually going to be casting this in dragon skin. Right. Nothing much, just doing some updates. Ooh. I can't spell. Abductors! Updatters seems like a pretty appropriate misspelling, though. If I'm honest. So I've got like 10 subscribers on my YouTube channel that I haven't even like started posting stuff to yet. Just because you lot have found it already and started subbing. I'm actually really curious how quickly I could, with my new YouTube channel, really quickly. I'm really curious how quickly I can get more subscribers than my old channel. I think it'd be really funny if I like really quickly get more followers. Kind of like it when working my updocs. Yeah, I've actually screwed up my updocs lately. That's one of the reasons why my audio was out of sync for a little while. If anybody noticed that, because my updocs kept getting screwed. No, I messed up with the typo. I don't think you did. You didn't mess it up, I don't think, but I just know the joke. Hence why I carried it on in case anybody else in chat would fall for it. Okay, here we go then. Here are... In fact, let's... Ah! No. Come on. God damn it. Ah! It should have been an up... I mean, I read around it, so... No, this dries out the surface to make it... This is talcum powder. So it dries the surface out to make it possible to add additional details to it when the clay is still wet. Right! I think we've done it! By Jove, I think we've done it! So I need to put this away. I also need to find my, I swear I saw my, my transmitter's getting low on power, so it can go for about 5 hours before it runs out. That's good to know. Let's plug you in. Cool. So you hate fashion. Of course I hate fashion. What? Oh, no, that's not... Where? Right, I just want to put a little sheet of, cling film over it. But no, all my cling films have run away. No, I'm not cool enough to know where the cling film is that I was using very recently is. Yeah. Oh, God. How is it just not over here? I put everything over here, just to the left of me. And that's... Yeah, that's not found. I mean, I was about to say, it'll survive one day, but I actually don't know that because we don't know what the weather's going to be like. If the weather is absolutely scorching tomorrow, I don't want the I don't want these to get dried out by it getting to like 30 plus degrees in here. However, I'm going to take a photo of these before I put them to bed, so I can share them on the social medias. Right. And both side by side, why not? Okay, cool. So, every doodle. Thank you so much for having been here, people. I'm subscribed to your new YouTube channel, Utterly Tiffin. Oh, God. So, thank you, every doodle, for being here. I am going to go off and, actually, I should probably start writing scripts for Utterly Tiffin. No, I need to pee. I'm really sorry. I need to pee. I need to pee bad right now. So I'm just going to. If you want to go hang out with Brownie, go ahead. I will catch you all later. Oh, here's my. How? What? See you all later, everyone. Bye.